Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and thank you so much for coming to spend part of your Wednesday, June 5th with me, 2024. We're here in the Upside Down for day 20 of the Karen retrial. If you know, you know. Morning to Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach. I have a whole playlist for this trial so far, and I was just listening to Magical Mystery Tour because that's what we came up with the other day when we were looking at the Magical Mystery Sallyport and all the things that came out in the Magical Mystery Sallyport and all of the craziness. And we left off with Ashley Vallier, who will be testifying again this morning. And there was that piece of that big round piece of glass, remember, that they had a sidebar about. And so it'll be interesting to see what that is, in addition to the 6 solo cups full of blood that were not tested at all, except forensic tech took one sample from one of the cups. Isn't sure what one, but none of that blood was ever tested. So we will never know if that blood belonged to someone else or if that blood belonged to our victim, police officer John O'Keefe. I put out the word the other day that I thought it'd be a great idea for us to do some deep breathing and a guided meditation during the stream and to get us ready, because this, as you know, is a very stressful trial to watch. I know a lot of you are going nuts out there. So I have a special guest who reached out to me, a viewer who reached out to me, who is a meditation instructor. And I'm going to bring her on and we're going to do about 10 minutes of breathing because I think everyone needs to learn how to breathe. So I've linked her channel below. It's called Cultivate Your Wellness, I believe. Right, Laura? And so I'm going to bring Laura on and we're going to do about 10 minutes before court starts of breathing. So if everyone can just take a breath in the chat, maybe turn your chat off for a couple of minutes so that you can all breathe. Here's Laura coming on in to help us deal with this. Hi, Laura.
Hello.
How
Can
are
hear
you
me
this
okay?
morning?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Help us
I
all take a deep breath this morning.
I watched some of your videos on your channel and it really helped me. Even just the 5-minute one I listened to last night before I went to bed, and I felt so much better because I love listening to your voice. It's very relaxing and very soothing. All right, I'm going to give you the full screen. You've got 10 minutes to help everyone relax. And
Let's
here we
do
go.
it.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Hi, everybody, again. So happy to see you here. We're going to just take a little time to center. You know, the world throws a lot of things at us, and our internal space throws a lot of things at us. But we do have the ability to ground and center with the breath and create some ease. So we're going to do that today. So I invite you to get comfortable, whatever feels good. If you're lying down, that's fine. Otherwise, maybe bring some length to your spine. If you want to, you can close your eyes if that feels good for you. And we're just going to check in with how we're feeling, what the body is doing right now. We're going to just bring in a little bit of stillness as we turn our attention to the breath and take the breath in through the nose or mouth and let it out. Breathing in again, slowly with intention, feeling the air as it enters your body, and letting it out again, just as slowly, with just as much intention, feeling the air. And as you breathe in again, perhaps you notice the muscles of your face, what they're doing right now. And as you breathe out, just invite them to soften a little, bringing in a little bit of relaxation as you let the air out completely. On the next breath, noticing your shoulders, perhaps with the exhale, inviting them to soften, feeling your shoulder blades sink down your back a little bit. Breathing in again, sending the breath deeper into your belly, feeling it expand, and then letting it out and noticing it soften as well. And allow your body to return, allow your breath to return to a natural rhythm. And just notice the way you feel. Is it different from a few moments ago? We're not trying to fix or change anything in this moment. We're just inviting in a little bit of stillness, a little bit of softness, feeling the air as it enters your body and noticing it as it leaves again. And perhaps your mind will start to wander, and that's okay. Your mind wants to wander. What we try to practice is just noticing the thoughts as nothing more than passing clouds. There's a thought. There's another one. And then, without judgment, we return to the breath, feeling the air as it enters our body, noticing what we're feeling, and letting the air out, inviting in some stillness, inviting in some relaxation. And you may notice different sensations in your body, discomfort or tingling. Whatever comes up, that's okay. We're just noticing what it feels like to be in our body, what sensations, what emotions, what thoughts come up. Just noticing what's there as we again and again draw our attention back to the breath, feeling the air as it comes in and it leaves again. And I invite you now to practice some box breathing. And what box breathing is you breathe in for 3 or 4 seconds, hold for 3 or 4 seconds, and breathe out again for 3 or 4 seconds, and hold again. So we can do that together now. Breathing in, 3, 2, 1, hold, 3, 2, 1, out, 3, 2, 1, hold, 3, 2, 1, and continuing on again at your own pace for whatever count feels good for you. Breathing in, hold, breathing out, hold, and continuing on, noticing the sensations that come up as you breathe, noticing the thoughts that arise, noticing what it's like just to be in your body and in the present. And I'm going to challenge you now, just for 1 minute, just for 60 seconds, to explore this space on your own. I'll be quiet now. Remember, you always have the breath to stay connected. I'll call you back in 60 seconds. And hearing again the sound of my voice as we prepare ourselves to return from the space within to our day. And I invite you first to, if you feel comfortable, place your hand on your heart. Feel a sense of gratitude for yourself for taking the time to spend just with you in the present with the breath. Taking the breath in and feeling a sense of love and gratitude for yourself, and letting it out as you invite in gentle movements. And I thank you for giving me this time to spend with you today as well. And when you're ready, when it feels good, if your eyes are closed, you can open them again.
I'm afraid to talk now. I want to whisper. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much
You're
for coming
very
in. We needed that.
welcome.
And that was 10 minutes. It flew by. I almost like fell asleep. I think I was like in a trance.
I love that.
Thank you so
And you
much.
can return to that space anytime you want. Just set a timer for 5-10 minutes and just take a few deep breaths.
Hope you guys like that as much as I did. Everyone go subscribe to Laura's channel on YouTube. It's at Cultivate Your Wellness, as you see in her title. And thank you so much, Laura. I hope we'll see you again. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thank
Melanie.
you.
Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. I mean, not everyone, just Laura. Good morning, everyone. I was watching the chat and some of you were like, what did I just walk into? Namaste. Namaste, everyone. Sometimes you got to start off the day and set an intention for yourself and, remember why we're here. We're here for justice. We're here for gratitude. And we should be grateful that we are here to wake up every morning, that we are not on trial, facing life in prison. So we really, really, does anybody and I find myself doing this a lot. Do you ever find yourself just in everyday life holding your breath? You'll be just going through the day and you'll be like, why am I holding my breath? Breathing is supposed to be an involuntary thing. And sometimes we forget. We forget to breathe. It's so important to learn how to breathe, to remember how to breathe. So I put the call out the other day. I said, if anybody does meditation or if anybody wants to come in, help everybody get grounded before we start this trial today, because it has been wild. And if you are like me, you are consumed with what's going on here. Oh, really? Comments? Disrespectful? All right. Get them out of here. You guys know what to do. We have the best mods on YouTube. So if you don't like it here, you're free to go somewhere else like Law and Crime. Good luck in the chat there. So we are respectful to each other. We're respectful to the witnesses. We like to say that we're not going to disparage any of the witnesses' looks or potential sexual orientation, no harassment of other people in the chat or each other or the witnesses. If you want to talk about their testimony, that's fine, or their demeanor, that's fine. But we're not going to make fun of the way people look because we're better than that, right? We're better than that. No, sunshine, that blood sample was never tested. In fact, the forensic test, I'm a little, like, after that meditation, I'm a little relaxed. The forensic tech never tested the blood sample. She did take a swab from one of the solo cups, just one, because she told us that she assumed the blood was all from the same red blood stain, or red brown stain, as she called it. So none of the blood was ever tested. We don't know if that was the blood of a possible perpetrator or if that was the blood of Officer John O'Keefe. We just don't know, because the death of a Boston police officer was not all hands on deck, as it is in most jurisdictions. Somebody sent me the other day Will is at the trial today? Good, we'll look for him in the gallery. The hair was tested, but I do not believe it was tested by the witness that we saw. I think it was sent to Bodie Labs. There was a lot of pretrial discussions about that hair, about whether or not it was even human hair, whether or not Bodie Labs ever tested that hair, and whether or not it was destructive testing, and whether or not the defense was able to test that hair at ever, if ever, the defense was able to test that hair. We're going to find out. I mean, look, Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were dating for 2 years. I would be surprised if his hair wasn't in and around that vehicle. Somebody also told me something interesting, that many law enforcement, she said, my husband is a police officer and he has this habit of always touching the taillight on the car as he walks by. I don't know if that's a thing, but I do know this, that Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts both testified to a cracked taillight, not a taillight that had 47 pieces missing. So keep that in mind. And the first time that Jen McCabe ever said there was a chunk missing from the taillight was on the stand in this trial. Never told any police officers that, never told any troopers that, never testified that in any state or federal grand jury. The first time she told anyone that there was a chunk missing from the taillight was when she was on the stand during this trial. So that is something to keep in mind. And now we know that they found 47 pieces of taillight, or 45. I can't even keep track at this point. And understand, too, that these forensic examiners who are coming in here, they don't want to be here, not at this trial. I mean, I'm sure they do testify quite a bit, as their specialty is forensics. And so their forensics are so important in so many criminal cases. But their work and their results are only as good as the information that they're given. And we heard that in a couple of instances. We heard that from Nicholas Roberts, who did the extrapolation on the alcohol testing that was done at Good Samaritan Hospital. And he said, well, look, if the information they gave me about when her last drink was is wrong, my results are meaningless. And you heard the pathologist from the hospital say, we're not in the business of taking blood alcohol levels to be used for legal purposes. That's not what we do here. We're not in the business of doing that. Thank you, On Top, for your super sticker. Good morning. Good morning, On Top. You're always here, and you're always here with the super stickers. Good morning, Debbie and everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for your super chat. Touching the taillight is taught in the academy. Leaves a print and DNA just in case things go sideways. Interesting. So it's so that's what they do. Police officers touch the taillight. That's interesting. So my viewer was giving me correct information. Maybe that could be a habit for someone. Regardless, he was in and around that car for 2 years. My hair is everywhere, as is. They're going to use that in the Long Island serial killer too, because the wife's hair was found on the duct tape that was used to bind 2 of the victims of the Gilgo 4. And they're going to say that her hair was just everywhere and that, therefore she's not involved. And we don't know whether she's involved or not. But good morning, everyone. Good morning, Scorpio Moon. And thanks for being a member for 2 months. And good morning, Mrs. Bucket. Good morning. Good morning. The fan is up. Don't worry. Court TV is always a few seconds behind. Yeah, Shirley, apparently Glare is in the courtroom today, somebody just said. So that's where he is. Good morning, Loza. Good morning. Good morning. If you're just here, Loza, you missed our little guided meditation. We did some deep breathing this morning. So many people don't know how to breathe. And I hold my breath. I do. I don't know why, but I do. And sometimes I try and get back to what I know and how to breathe. But even if you just take 5 minutes a day to yourself and breathe, you'd be amazed at how much better your day can be, or at least it can help you relax for a couple of minutes. JM says, what do you think of John's shirts with many holes in it? Do you think it's dog bites? I do. That was the other thing we learned about the forensic examiner who took those swabs to the clothing. She's not sure what she swabbed, but she did take 2 swabs like Q-tips, saturated them in saline water, and rubbed them around all 9 of those holes and stuck them in an envelope and mailed them to the lab at UC Davis. She can't tell us, and didn't swab individually. They look like dog bite holes to me. They don't look like anything that came from a car. Then she also testified she didn't find any blood in the undercarriage of the car or any DNA or any tissue. So, although Lieutenant, I think O'Hara, who testified Monday, said that he was told that the officer O'Keefe was maybe hit and dragged by the car. Every day is a new day here in Dedham, Massachusetts. Every day is a new day. Cajon Zone. How did law enforcement get Karen Reed's hospital report when she wasn't there for DUI? Anything that she said in the hospital record is admissible. So they are entitled to get that. They may have redacted portions of it. And they certainly got her blood results because we know that's what they used to extrapolate them back. But again, the blood was taken over 8 hours after the incident occurred, according to Lally, who told us in his opening that he believes that his theory is that Karen Reed backed up 60 feet at 24.2 miles per hour and struck Officer O'Keefe with her car and left him to die in the snow at 12:45 a.m. Yes, Magnolia Gypsy, thank you. Not finding dog DNA on a shirt that was saturated with snow and water is not surprising, Mr. Morgan said. Joseph Scott Morgan said water is the biggest destroyer of DNA. That's correct. I assumed when they said that they tested for dog DNA that they sent the clothing to the lab. Also, remember, not only was the wet clothing not turned in for 6 weeks by Trooper Michael Proctor, but the 2 shirts were stored together in one container or one envelope. They weren't even separated. Shannon says dogs love pig ears as treats, and you are right about that. A lot of people have pointed that out. Maybe that's why they found pig DNA. And Cindy says the forensic specialist that I had on, right, Joseph Scott Morgan, said if the clothes got wet, that could wash away dog saliva. Snow gets wet when it warms. Well, the clothing was definitely wet. He was outside in the snow for who knows how long. And the clothing was definitely wet, saturated. And then who knows what condition it was kept in before it was put into any proper evidence envelope, if ever. And who knows, well, we know it was 6 weeks before it was logged in. So we also know it wasn't until something like a year later that they even started looking at the clothing, the Commonwealth. And we know from looking at all the pretrial motions how hard the defense was fighting to get those clothes to be able to test the clothes themselves. It was insane. It was insane how long it took the Commonwealth to turn over basic evidentiary physical evidence to the defense to test. Well over a year, 18 months. It's crazy. And some people think that they may have washed the clothes. I don't think Joseph Scott Morgan's going to be called by the defense. He's not on the witness list, but they do have several experts that we're going to hear from when they start their case. Several accident reconstructionists who were hired by the FBI who said that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe, and they all have PhDs. They're on the list. They have a medical examiner on their list as well to come in and talk about the injuries and the cause of death. Because remember, on the death certificate in this case, the manner of death is listed as undetermined. There are 5 manners of death that can go on a death certificate: homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, or undetermined. Irene Scordi-Bello, who conducted the autopsy of John O'Keefe, put down undetermined as the manner of death. Cause of death: blunt force trauma to the head, causing multiple skull fractures and a brain bleed. complicated by hypothermia. So it was the head injury that killed him. Katie says, how would there be blood on the front of the hoodie if he was struck and found on his back? I think he had a broken nose. We'll have to wait for the medical examiner to testify about that. But multiple skull fractures could include the nose, and his nose looks broken in the photos that I've seen. Joseph Scott Morgan even said that it looked like he might have a broken nose. So yeah, noses bleed profusely when broken, right? Almost 4,000 watching and 725 likes. What in the flippin' heck is going on? Please hit that like button. It helps the algorithm, that weird YouTube algorithm that YouTube has. Help Melanie like she helps us get through this circus. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dawn Marie. Honestly says, thank you. Been here with you every minute from the beginning, waiting to go into the OR, listening to you nervous. You're having an operation, or you're a doctor tending to doing the operation, or a nurse, whichever one it is. And if you're having surgery, listen, anesthesia is the best nap you're ever going to have. Have a wonderful nap. When you wake up, everything's going to be just fine if you are the one going in for surgery. So prayers up for Honestly, in case he or she is going in for surgery today. Fan is still up. I'll make it smaller for a bit. It's very nauseating. We have fan emojis in the chat for members if you want to put some fan emojis in. Show all the new people that are coming in today the fancy emojis that we have created just for this trial, including we are outraged. We've got the Twilight Zone, 2 Twilight Zone emojis. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah, Thompson twins. We've got nope, because nope was in the opening. David Dinetti said there were text messages in the group message that said to Proctor, between Proctor and his friends from high school. One of his friends said, do you think the Boston cop whose lawn he was found up is going to catch a lot of heat? Proctor responded with one word, nope. And then he started searching Karen Reed's phone for nudes. I can't wait for his testimony. We have a smooth as butter emoji for Alan Jackson, our LA smooth as butter attorney. We've got a shovel for when people start digging themselves into holes they can't get out of. Some handcuffs. Oh, a salad for Lally Salad, because he talks in word salad and we can't ever make out what his questions are. We have the sigh emoji for when the judge or anybody else breathes heavily into the microphone, which seems to happen a lot in this case. We can't hear Lally ever, but we can hear a lot of heavy breathing in the mic. During pretrial, it was even worse. You remember, you guys, how the heavy breathing would go on during those pretrial hearings? That was insane. It was like an old phony phone call. Yannetti needs an emoji. All right, think of one. Shock and horror. Shock and horror. Shock and horror. Hi, Joan. I thought that it was a big moment that slipped by when Maureen Hartnett said that the scene told her J.O. may have been bitten by a dog. Who told her that? Who told her that? Something else I found very curious about the testimony of O'Hara. That was O'Hara, right? Kevin O'Hara. Is that he said there were a couple of plainclothes, what he assumed were law enforcement, on the scene that he didn't even know. And yet he was the one who was in charge of the scene. He was the one who set up the command post in his cruiser. He's in charge of the scene, and there are men on that scene that he can't identify. That's a little crazy to me. Tells me that he wasn't really the one in charge there. That's what it tells me. I do, Angela. I feel sorry for these forensic people too. They're trained by their employers, so they know no different. Bad practice trains bad practice, sadly. But you know what? They all have master's degrees, and their work is only as good as the information that they're given, right? So I feel bad for them too. They do not want to be on worldwide television. Hello, my worldwide viewers. Tell us where you're watching from. I know Fairy Raven's here from Ireland. We have a lot of Scottish viewers. We have many, many viewers from down under. There's Aussie Insider popping in to say good morning. If you're not subscribed to Aussie Insider, go do it. You've blown up, Aussie, since you started making these reaction videos of law tubers and other creators about the Karen Read trial. So congratulations. I think when I started following you at the beginning of this trial, you had less than 1,000 subs, if I'm right. And now you're up to something like almost 8,000. So congratulations. I love helping other creators grow their channels. And I love women supporting other women. And I love that. So go subscribe to Aussie Insider for some really great compilations of reactions from law tubers and other creators covering this case and all of the craziness. And also go subscribe to Laura's channel if you'd like to have some more meditation in your life, just to help you relax. If you can just, sometimes I know it's hard when you're a multitasker and you're doing 7 million things a day and you've got so many balls in the air, but if you just take 5 minutes a day for yourself, it really can make a difference. Hi, Caroline McDonald from the UK. Love to you as well. And thanks for being a member for a month. Susan Agnello, thank you so much for your generous $10 super chat. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to Susan. Kelly became a new member. Welcome, Kelly. And welcome, Sarah B. And welcome to Ray Westman. Thank you so very much for coming in. And I think you're going to like it here. And Lori, Life 360 for the win. Thank you so much. And thank you for your email. She sent me something really funny. Maybe we'll have a chance to look at it later. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships, Lori. You're so very supportive. And I love the Life 360 for the win screen name that you have chosen. I love when you guys adapt your screen name for the cases that we're covering, because it shows me how invested and how passionate you are about these cases. And I'm passionate about them as well. Sometimes Melanie gets upset. That's why it's good to breathe. See, because it's already coming back, right? It only lasts for so long, that relaxation. Maria, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. Recovering from an auto accident. I'm so sorry. This makes it better. Wish me luck on my MRI today. Good luck. Everyone wish Maria good luck. And God save the Commonwealth. Here they come. Send me a cupcake chat. Thanks for the coverage, Mel. Good luck, Maria. You got this. Quad save the Commonwealth. That's my favorite part of his speech.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated for the now in session. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
God save the Commonwealth.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Counselor, could I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the suite.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Monday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or should. Okay, thank you. May we have Mix Vallier, please?
There's Will. There's the glare sitting right next to Karen Read's parents. Cleans up nice.
Tell them to the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sure. VA.
I wonder if you can find a mic today. It looks like Will's going to be on camera a lot in the way he's positioned in the courtroom.
All right, Mr.
And
Lally,
Tom is there
whenever you're
too? I don't see Tom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Now, Ms. Vallier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16, is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's been a few days for all of us, Ashley. Don't feel bad.
And Ms. Vallier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Actually, just review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood.
Maybe they could bring some leaf blowers in and blow them on the audience or the jury so they can feel a little bit cooler. But she's already starting with the threats about the air conditioning. If you're new here, they just got Wi-Fi a couple of weeks ago in this
Ms. Vallier,
courthouse.
do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
Can't wait to hear about this straw.
No objection.
Ashley was given a straw to test, and this is the first that we've heard in this trial about a cocktail straw being found at the scene. I try, Kim. I try to add a little humor when we can so that it's not so sad. Otherwise, we'll cry. Here's your daily reminder for today.
For the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
332 and 333 skip over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as that photograph, which is now marked as exhibit 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. I apologize. And Ms. Vallier, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Vallier, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or not?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 2064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen has now been marked as Exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Judge is
Blair, I'm
already
showing you
short-tempered
a-
today.
Another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up to the finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Well, he tried to save some time today for a change. I know Lynette says, I promise it doesn't matter if you can hear Lally or not. I have the closed
Do you
captions
recognize
on.
those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers.
Again, Lally, he needs to know what numbers they are. So I'm assuming that Mr. Yannetti will be doing the cross of this witness. Imagine how hot it is in there. It's going to be 80 degrees here today, so I don't know how hot it is up there, but it's a very small room. It's packed to the gills. They just got Wi-Fi, so I can't imagine how good the air conditioning is. It's probably a wall unit. And if the witnesses don't speak loudly enough, the judge threatens to turn off the fans, and she's done it at least twice. Oh, good, Risa. I'm glad you can hear him. I'm glad you can hear Lally. Kristen Pino says it's going to be 87 degrees today in Norfolk County, Superior.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051.
Okay, so those pieces were collected on February, it looks like 18th, 2022 by Proctor at 34 Fairview.
What do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sorry, and a little
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
Oh,
in
boy.
particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 378?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055.
It's about 6 inches long, but you know, Canton PD didn't find any of these
And Ms. Blair,
pieces
do you recognize
in the
what's up on
daylight,
the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 38?
I do.
even though they had a leaf blower.
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as Exhibit 380, you describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Ashley's like, it's red and clear, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo.
Now, Ms. Vallier, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we
you-
put the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Vallier, if you could explain to the jury again sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called the stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those a little bit.
Dorothy, we're all asking ourselves this question. Dorothy says, how can there be more pieces found after the state police went in there and did a grid search the day after? How about Canton PD was on scene for 2 hours, nearly 2 hours in the daylight? How come they didn't see big giant pieces of red tail light on the lawn? And if all of these pieces fit together to recreate this entire tail light, come on, man. Would that even be possible? That every single piece of tail light was landed at the scene, and that a body can even shatter a polycarbonate taillight in the first place. So there's that. Right. Right, Kim. Nobody saw this with an inch of snow. No. Even though they had a leaf blower to blow away the top layers. They didn't see a black sneaker up against the curb either in the white snow. And you heard the original Canton PD officers saying that they cleared the berm, right? They called it a berm. It's not really a true curb. It's more like a berm. But we do know the scene was left unattended from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m.
And do you recognize what's contained
After
in
5?
those photographs, Ms. Vallier?
I do.
And what do you recognize them?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning.
Right,
I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
that's fine.
Oh boy. Poor court reporter is tasked with speaking into her microphone that looks like a CPAP machine, or it looks like a cup, actually, like an athletic cup. And she also must mark the exhibits. So if someone like the judge or Lally speaks while she's doing that, she has to do 2 things at once. All of the exhibits were marked pre-trial, but the judge didn't like the way they were marked. So she's insisting that they are now remarked as they come into evidence. Ashley wants out, Bo. I know Ashley wants out so badly. She wants, she goes by they, them. They want to go back to California. And so do I. Going to California. I have a whole playlist going for this trial, in case anybody wants to add to the playlist. We'll talk about that when we have breaks here. But we've got Crumbling Down, John Mellencamp, Lies by the Thompson Twins, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong by the Spin Doctors, for one witness in particular, I Don't Remember by Peter Gabriel, Road to Nowhere, Talking Heads, Aretha Franklin's Chain of Fools, White Lines by Grandmaster Flash, Gimme 3 Steps, Leonard Skinner, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me by good old Taylor Swift, Witchy Woman by the Eagles, Eclipse, Pink Floyd, Prayin' by Kesha, Nowhere to Run by Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. I put in here this morning Gives You Hell by All American Rejects. And then last night, Golden Earring, who I really thought was a one-hit wonder band, but they do have a song that is appropriate here. Twilight Zone. I'm stepping into the Twilight Zone, that one. Once in a Lifetime, Talking Heads, and How Did We Get Here? Magical Mystery Tour by the Beatles. Let me know if you'd like to add to that
Before we
playlist.
get to the photos, Ms. Vallier, if I could just ask, as far as
Got to put Shakedown Street on your right.
As far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight and then there were smaller pieces also in the?
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Let the girl look at her notes. We've added Shakedown Street and Truckin' by the Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
And what were those measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes, I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches.
14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches. That's enormous. That's enormous. They didn't find that, Canton PD, in their initial search. 14 by 9 by 8¼ inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
And it may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Vallier, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align, and if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C? Is that correct as well?
May I look at my notes?
Good one, Marcy. Putting in some Dave Matthews. Can't see the light.
Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items, or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that. Is that correct?
May I? Okay.
Love it, Katie K. It's the end
yes.
of the world.
And were there any
as
physical
we know
matches
it.
within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my.
It's the end of the world.
There were
as we
14
know it.
pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Please do. My microphone is here. I was just able to kind of rejigger the stand so that it would it doesn't show, but have no fear. Can you not hear me? Oh, hi, Nina. I didn't even really transcribe the playlist yet. I'm just putting it up on my Spotify as I go along. And at one point, maybe I'll send it out or give you guys an opportunity to add to it. Yeah, Shaggy. We brought up Shaggy the other day. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Seems to be everybody gets on the stand. Just, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't my job. It wasn't me. Who let the dogs out? That's a good one too. We're on real time. Look at us, everyone. Who let the dogs out?
You are unmuted.
Free Billy Tibbetts. Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. Benny Hill theme song. Thanks, Danielle.
Mixed Vallier, turning your attention to item 7-9. You analyzed 3 pieces from that, is that correct?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You know what, Mixed Vallier, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces, 7-9,
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
Can somebody tell me where the black plastic pieces come from? Tell me lies, Fleetwood Mac, excellent. Thanks, L. Andrea Spencer, the chain, Fleetwood Mac, excellent. Where's the black plastic coming from? Yannetti, you need to get up and clear this up for us.
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
I love that,
3
Nicole.
pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that 1 piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
They were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the tail light housing.
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst like the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Vallier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me like which specific items made up like piece one?
Correct.
Okay, I can.
We are family. That's a good one. I can't believe I forgot it's Raining Men, because that was one of the excuses by.
Okay, so piece one contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece one. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the board's permission.
Okay.
Hippie chick, I love me some wallflowers. One headlight, but in this case, one tail light. That band is led by Bob Dylan's son, for those of you who don't know. Fun fact. Stop the World and Let Me Get. I can't believe I forgot Red Solo Cup. I got to put that right on there right now.
Okay, so piece two consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, what, if anything, did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece three consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11. What, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
Do, 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 do.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069.
I hear the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song in my
Ms.
head.
Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096.
Do, 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 do,
And
do,
Ms.
do,
Vallier, do you recognize what's now been marked as
do, do,
exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
These were not assembled in their jigsaw puzzle form until February 21 of 2023, more than 1 year post murder of Officer John O'Keefe. Keep that in mind.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Vallier, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you have put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
If you could just using the laser pointer draw the jury's attention where those would be in the photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, what has now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
It's a curved piece of tail light. Would have wrapped the corner of the vehicle, and we saw a video of her coming out of One Meadows at 5 a.m. and it was intact.
And Ms. Vallier, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece 1 from another photo taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103.
Friend of the Devil, also Me and My Uncle by the Grateful
Ms. Vallier,
Dead.
do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107.
Danielle, I want to be sedated. Me too.
Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
Looks like a dimpled piece of plastic. 3 pieces or more fit together perfectly, by the way, perfectly. Also looks like a curved piece that would have wrapped around
Okay.
the
So
right
that is piece
side of the
2.
vehicle.
And
On February
Ms. Gilman, if I
21st,
could have
2023.
2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 3.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111.
These pieces are all 6 inches long.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Thank you. Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece 4.
Put together with Scotch tape. Is Paul O'Keefe wearing a pink shirt today,
Ms. Gilman,
Christian?
if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
That is piece 5.
Good one,
Madam Mayor,
cheese and
Pro-
rice.
Yes.
I fought the law.
So Ms. Vallier, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
Ashley's the only one who photographed everything because you know what wasn't photographed, folks? The crime scene. The crime scene, the location of where the body of police officer John O'Keefe was found. That crime scene, those photos weren't taken. There was no markings on the ground of where his body lay. Wasn't even secured for 8 hours. Anybody could get in there. Anybody and everybody. Chloe Dancer says on top, thank you for the super sticker and the suggestion by Mother Love Bone. If you're just joining, we're making a playlist to help us get through this trial. Song suggestions are appreciated and welcome. Sam's vote is for Black Flag. I'm a liar. Scott, one of my amazing moderators who is retired NYPD, says, I spent more than 25 years responding to jobs like this case, and I've never seen a face or head or anything break a taillight into that many pieces. Taillight by Macklemore. That's not me, that's them. Good one, Miss B. The black is the adhesive. Okay. Thank you, Katie Smith. Into the Mystic. That's a great one. Good Van Morrison tune. Why is it called a Sally Port? That's a great question, Black Stump. It's basically a garage. Another Dave Matthews reference. Ants are marching by DA13. Ants referring to the Alberts and the McCabe's. Young Black Economist says, I understand it's anti-shatter, but it seems a little too controlled still for an accident. You know, it wasn't controlled. The crime scene. MGA Boston says everybody and anybody and everybody
Your Honor,
did
with
go
the
in
court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Hey, we're the monkeys, says Tommy.
Ms. Newman, if I could have photograph 2156. Where do you recognize what's now up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 403?
It's magic.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
It's magic. Help me out, chat. Which witness testified at the very beginning that when they took the taillight housing out at the Sally Port, it shattered? Which Canton police officer was that? Dirty work, Steely Dan. Got it already. Thank you. Good choice. Starboard, thank you. Black Hole Sun, says RC11 by Soundgarden, because this trial is like being in one. It was Saraf, Sandy B. Yep, Danielle.
And Mr. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you, at what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
On March 9th of 2023. A little over 13 months post.
Yes.
Mike's coming in with, oh, ho, ho, it's magic, you know. Never believe it's not so. It's magic. Lally the magician. Lally flop, ooh, lally flop, ooh, lally flop.
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 2150.
Ba-dum, bum. Love how my singing just times in perfectly.
And Mr. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1, piece A. And then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151.
Some people say it was Gallagher that said it exploded. It's one of them. Gallagher.
And Mr.
Or
Vallier, do you
Saraf, I
recognize
think.
what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
March
That is
16th,
the mechanical fit
2023.
we were talking about earlier in the testimony.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that now.
You're so vain. Good one, Grey Witch.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Mr. Vallier, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as a physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Why you gotta be so mean? You're a liar. Pathetic. Why you gotta be so mean? It's Taylor Swift. Okay. Well, we're having a little sidebar this early. Everyone saddle up to the sidebar for your J-Mo and Ginger. Or if you prefer, a White Claw. There's been more product placement in this trial than I've ever seen in any trial. White Claw, Jameson, Smirnoff Ice. A lot of brands are probably not very happy to be associated with what's going on here. Exploited innocence. This has become ridiculous. All these large pieces found on student days after proctor bags, smaller pieces days before. None of this makes any sense. There's no way you missed the big ones first. David Reese is going to be in Ireland tomorrow. Amazing, David. Thanks for the super chat. Have a wonderful time. Andrea Spencer, thank you for the super chat. Did Bev tell the O'Keefe family they were not allowed to wear pink anymore? I did notice Yannetti and Jackson were wearing pink ties yesterday. I don't know. That's a great question. Thank you, Elf, for gifting a membership, and to whoever received it randomly, congrats. T-Mac, leaf blower, son's having brain surgery, and I am, oh, your son is having brain surgery today? Prayers up, everyone, for T-Mac's son. Prayers up. Bill C., thanks for your super chat. I can't believe I pay Lally's salary as a Commonwealth taxpayer. He's the fall guy in a lot of ways. He doesn't seem very confident in his case at all, which is not a good look for a prosecutor in a case.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Here we go.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up, because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you.
And we don't want to turn off the AC.
Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
And
please.
again,
Look
it's
at your note.
7-18.18.
Yes, people are pointing out, Will, the
Um,
glarer is in the courtroom today.
Debris from orange t-shirt, 7-17, and gray long sleeve shirt, 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes,
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Apparent heirs. Hairs.
Yes,
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay. And so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19?
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
You can look at your notes.
Do you know?
Sorry, that's an odd question.
Is it?
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is
No,
submitted to...
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So...
Do you have a record of that?
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
It's on the envelope.
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those...
It is a simple question. I don't understand why Ashley doesn't understand it.
Get to where I was.
It says it right on the envelope.
Take
was
your time, Ms.
Proctor.
Giannetti.
He's trying to get
So I
Proctor's
wanna
name out
confirm
there.
with you that when
as
you
much
were
as possible.
assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. So.
I'm confused by Ashley's confusion as well, because there's an evidence log. It says on the envelope who collected it.
Submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Okay.
There it
That
is.
was the answer to my
Okay.
question.
There it
Thank you.
is.
How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
Yeah, that's good. When did you deliver it?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
March
So
14th.
about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Good.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might,
There may be some people in the chat who are not aware of this, but Trooper Michael Proctor, who is the lead investigator on this case, who is employed by the Massachusetts State Police, who also has close family ties to the Alberts, who are the homeowners at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, where Officer John O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn, is also under internal affairs investigation by the Massachusetts State Police because of his handling of this case. Did not turn the clothing into evidence for 6 weeks. They're trying to keep him off the stand, the Commonwealth is, but he's the lead investigator in this case, and I can't wait until he's asked that question. What'd you do with the clothes for 6 weeks? Where have they been? Where were they? Compromised, contaminated, not stored properly, they're wet. It's a big problem.
Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver-colored apparent plastic, yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Item 7-8,
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put
true.
it in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay. 14 pieces of taillight were turned in by DeChico, collected on February 3rd,
May I display
2022.
that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is. That is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
let's put it. Let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show Exhibit 279, please, which is 3 days.
Okay.
Now, Exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of the item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Look at this giant
And
piece
you
on the
see that
left.
there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference
So
is.
you can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned,
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
however you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by DeChico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Can I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A? Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that have been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I
I agree. Universal truth.
There were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is a, what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates.
February 11th,
Okay,
it was collected by Proctor.
Item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Katie. Can I get a
You would
witness?
agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct? On February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to move on to item 7-16,
It's like
which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
Proctor Trooper found all the big pieces.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Chairman?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce
Okay.
it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure.
Wonder if Proctor
And
Trooper
there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
took pictures of the evidence, where he found it. Or did you just pick it up?
Recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long,
5.5 inches.
approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates.
You're right. These pieces of taillight do look all shiny and clean. Wouldn't they be salty and they were in a
Okay.
blizzard?
And you would agree with
Questions?
me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on
More than
February
6
3rd,
inches.
correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay,
But-
yeah. Finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates?
That's right. True Virgo says the hair image showed the car had a lot of watermarks. It did. Salt.
You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
That's like a good 8 inches. That's a respectable piece of tail light right
length?
there, folks.
Yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there,
Okay,
but I have the actual measurement in my notes.
sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last three evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Turn the lights
And we can take that down, please?
Yes.
on. It's Billy Joel's new song. If you haven't heard it, listen to
In
it.
addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last three evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And
That's what
you
I
do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
No, he asked it about
Now-
the clothing.
The taillight
Did not ask about the tail
of
light.
that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right? Because it's on the corner.
Sure. Yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later, once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have Exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing?
The entire red piece
Appears to be
that
a
covers that
hole on the
clear
upper left
piece.
side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I
Okay.
should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that whole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
We're a little bit behind, so we'll catch up a little bit.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I was going to say just briefly, I'm going to stick a fork in my eye.
Now, Mixed Vallier, in reference to items 7-17 and 18, the orange T-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing, no, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can
Maureen?
look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
It was Mo. It was Mo. It was Maureen. It was Mo.
Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And
She's like,
from
"Wake
your
up."
view, who was that person?
It's getting hot in here.
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, is that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll
We didn't see that.
look through the stereo zoom to see if there's any anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mixed Vallier, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, did we hear if the debris was ever tested?
Joyce, do you want to take your morning break now? Or wait?
Of course.
Yeah, people
She
are
wants a
saying,
break.
So we'll take the morning break.
All rise for the court, please.
She wants a break. So she's going to make it look like the witnesses want a break. You're right. It looks like Paul O'Keefe, that's John O'Keefe's brother, is wearing a pink shirt today. Looks pink to me. All right, we'll take it off. We'll take some questions. In the meantime, until the jurors come back. Franco Cimino coming in here all the way from Napoli. Ciao, Franco. Says, why not stipulate on these pictures and move on? Ciao a tutti from Napoli. Ciao a tutti. Ciao, Bella. They have to get it in the record. So they can stipulate about the pictures, but he wants to ask questions about the pictures. So there needs to be a clear record. And all of these things need to be answered verbally. I know it can be long and painful, but we have to do it to protect the record on appeal and to protect the record itself. Reality check. Thank you for your super chat. Could defense try to break a light in court? They can ask to do a demonstration, but they've asked to do demonstrations like just distances and things, and the court wouldn't let them do that. So I highly doubt she would allow them to break a light in court, a tail light, to see how difficult or easy it is. They need the court's permission, and we've seen her permission has not been easily granted for a lot of things. I've got where it's ad denying by the Spice Girls. I think that's what to say. Spice Girls to your playlist. Thanks. Reality checks. Our lips are sealed by the Go-Go's. Oh my gosh, I remember that song. Pay no mind to what they say. Doesn't matter anyway. Hey, hey, hey. That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you. Susan Agnello, thanks for the super chat. Respect by Otis Redding, because Officer John O'Keefe duly deserves respect. Thank you. We're adding all of these to our playlist for this trial. Thank you. Lizzie Dalton, thank you so much for coming in with a 20. I'm sure Marcy called Bev to kick Lally in the butt to sound more sure of what he is saying. Do you think he's sounding more confident in his case now than he did at the beginning when he gave that ramble on? That's something else we have to add into our playlist. Led Zeppelin tune. And he mentioned 76 characters in his opening statement, which may go down by go down in history as being one of the most boring opening statements of all time. Certainly did not grab anyone's attention. I think a lot of people might have been snoring through that opening. Thank you, Lizzie. Macbeth, thank you, says, thank you for your ongoing coverage. Thank you for your super chat, Macbeth. This is very Shakespearean in nature, this whole trial, isn't it? Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. I Fought the Law, The Clash, and Give Me Some Truth by John Lennon. Excellent. Thanks for your suggestions. Danielle, good morning. Thanks for your super chat. Wait for us, the Yannetti emoji. Thank you for the commentary. I love being a part of this wonderful community. We love having you, Danielle. But I think wait for us emoji, something I can do. The audio is back on. Nikki Johnson comes in with a 10. Says my hubby popped in while I was watching this the other day. He asked, why is that lady eating an ice cream cone in open court? It's really funny. And they're back on the fan while the jury comes in. Ice cream cone. Some people said it looks like an athletic cup. Pink Nasty, thanks for coming in with the super chat and the song suggestion. I Can't Get No Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones. Great one. Our Lips Are Sealed by the Go-Go's. Thank you, Reality Check and Pink Nasty, for your super chat suggestions. Hardly Colleen says, gotta get through this. Daniel Benningfield. Excellent. You guys are turning me on to some new music as well. I'm not familiar with that one, but thank you, Hardy Colleen, for coming in with that suggestion in the 10 spot. I appreciate you. On top, Chloe Dancer by Mother Love Bone. I don't know that one either, but I think we'll add that one. Suzanne, I Fall to Pieces by Patsy Cline. That's a good one for the taillight testimony. Fantastic. Thanks, Suzanne. Blinded by the Taillight by ELO, says Boho Chic. Thanks for coming in with the super chat. You guys are awesome. Cynthia Main, thank you so much for the 10. Cross-eyed and painless, Talking Heads. Facts are simple and facts are straight. Facts are lazy and facts are late. Facts come with all points of view. Facts don't do what I want them to. Love it. Love me some Talking Heads. We've had a lot of Talking Heads discussions throughout the course of this trial. Thank you, Cynthia. Chronically Caffeinated says, this is the trial that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. I agree. I agree with you. Thanks for the super chat. You guys are awesome. This is really such a fun group of people we have here, isn't it? True Crime Junkie, the OG, thanks for being a member for 3 months, says yay. And Misery by Maroon 5. Excellent. This place is going to be 3 days long by the time we get to the end of it. Beth became a new member. Welcome, Beth. We're happy to have you. Colleen, Cruel Summer by Taylor Swift. Good one. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Thanks, Laura. Reality Check says, could the defense attorney attempt to break a taillight in court or a video? Yeah. We discussed that a few minutes ago. The judge would have to grant permission, and who knows if she would. I doubt she would, but I'm sure they're going to have an expert testify about the ease or the difficulty with which a taillight on this specific Lexus would shatter. And remember, the witnesses, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, said it was cracked. Karen said it was cracked, I think, in her Nightline interview. Cracked. Not shattered, not missing any pieces, just cracked. Thanks, Virginia Farzio, for being a member for 2 months, and says Lieutenant Gallagher was the one who testified that the taillight shattered when they took it out. Thank you. I have to go back and look. Lindsay Tyler, thank you for coming in with the 5. Shattered by the Rolling Stones, Hot-Blooded, Foreigner, Smooth Criminal, Michael Jackson. That's it. We haven't had any Michael Jackson in yet. And Beat It, Michael Jackson. Those are all great suggestions. Thank you, Lindsay. Wolfren, thank you for coming in with the 5. Riding the Storm Out by REO Speedwagon. Good one. That also reminds me of Riders on the Storm, the Doors song. A huge Jim Morrison fan as well. Toochman Family Fun and Resale. Thank you for coming in. 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, and 1 White Claw. That's a good one. That's a good one. Thanks for your super chat. Michael Martin, thanks for being a member for a month. Yannetti should just play the driveway video and ask this witness to explain how time works. Yeah. How about this? If all of these pieces were found on the lawn at 34 Fairview throughout the next however many weeks after the snow melted, wouldn't they be dirty? Why do they look to be perfectly clean? I have questions. Snow melts, there's mud, there's dirt. If they're claiming that the snow was already melted and that's how they found these mysterious red pieces of taillight because the snow finally melted, they would be dirty. You don't have to be a forensic scientist to figure that out. JPC, thank you for the 20. How long has this been going on? It feels like forever, but we're only on day 20. But all of this stuff, how long has this been going on in Massachusetts? Thanks, JPC. Very generous of you. Lunatic Fringe, I know you're out there. Thank you, Dennis, for that suggestion. All the way from Canada watching. And thanks for the super chat. Toochman Family Fun and Resale. Super Trooper by ABBA. Another great suggestion. You guys are on fire this morning. You're on fire. Crime Vlog Weekly. Thank you for the super chat, super sticker. Ollie's Gigi Julie, thank you for your super chat. Says she loves my commentary. Thanks, Ollie's Gigi. Julie, aka Julie. Thanks, Lainey, for your super sticker. Thank you, T. Frazier, for becoming a member, and welcome. Welcome to the community of Melanie's Little Cupcakes. We welcome you with open arms. David Reese, thank you for the 5. Procta is a neat freak and cleans all his evidence prior to turning it in. I mean, look, not to be, obvious or anything, but when you don't turn all the evidence envelopes in until March 14th, you can write any date you want on the outside of it as to when it was collected, unless you have some sort of other evidence of when you actually collected it. Like, I don't know, photographs with metadata, perhaps, that show where and when this evidence was found. But there were no pictures of the actual crime scene of where police officer John O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn. So why would we expect them to ever photograph where the evidence was found? And remember, when the CERT team came in after 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022 and started finding the pieces of the taillight, they brought brooms and shovels and rakes with them. That's how they found them. After something like 18 to 20 more inches of snow had fallen since 6:04 a.m. when the 911 call was placed about the man passed out in the snow. Good thing we did that breathing this morning. It's kind of wearing off, but Bob Weir, thanks for being a member for 2 months. I'm BBOC. I'm not picking up what you're laying down there, Bobby. Lori Life 360 for the win. Thank you for the 5. Has it been proven those taillight pieces came from her Lexus? Not yet. Nobody's made that connection yet. So yeah, they found a whole bunch of pieces of taillight. They put them together like a puzzle, and magically they fit together perfectly. And yet, however, nobody has said that they came from her Lexus yet. I don't think that those dots have been connected yet. Deneen Hester, thank you so much for your super sticker. JPC, thanks for another one. Good morning, Judge. 10cc. David Reese, I lived in Napoli for 5 years. You're very lucky. I would love to live in Italy. Thanks, David, for another super chat. Dennis, Lord, I was born a rambling man. Well, Almond Brothers, right? A little almond joy this morning. A little almond joy. Thanks for the Canadian super chat, Dennis. Live to Tell by Madonna. Thanks, Kika. That's a great one. Kika 0503. Christine, thank you. Mystify by NXS. I do love NXS. Thank you, Christine, for your super chat. Cam, who can it be now, man? Men. Yeah, who can it be now? Who can it be now? Paw Printed Heart, thank you for the super chat. I love it. Yannetti is going to force Lally to call Proctor. Genius move. Hope it works. He's the guy. He's the guy. He's the guy who has to testify to chain of custody of all of this evidence that he didn't turn in until March 14th. All these taillight pieces, the clothing. Walking on broken glass. Thanks, Tiger Lily, Nina James, for that super chat and great suggestion. Love you right back. F and Hippie, we have this one, right? Positively 4th Street, which F and Hippie has changed to Positively Fairview Street. Apologies to Bob Dylan. Just me. Thanks for the super chat. For Karen, Stronger by Kelly Clarkson. Great suggestion. Thanks for the super chat. Susan Lopez, thank you. The 5 Roses by Outcast. I know you like to think you're don't stink. Thanks, Susan. Nicole Rico, thank you. If we're doing Talking Heads, we have to have Psycho Killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 better. That's a good one. Psycho Killer. Susan Lopez, The Dirty Glass by Dropkick Murphys. Guys, really, you're on fire this morning. Thank you, Susan. Madam Roz, good morning. Girls on Fire by Alicia Keys. Karen Personified. That's a good one. This girl is on fire. I love Alicia Keys too. Thanks, Madam Roz. Becca, thank you for the super chat. If I'm right, Yannetti was saying on February 3rd, they found tiny, clear pieces, but didn't see huge, bright red pieces until 3 weeks later. You're right. Well, I think there were some big pieces found on something like February 11th. February 8th, February 11th, February 18th. February 18th, Proctor found 3 pieces that were 5.5 inches, 6 inches, and 8 inches of red plastic taillight. But, Canton PD couldn't find those in 2 inches of snow because they're incompetent, folks. That's what they want you to believe. And based on the story of Craig Casey, whose body they didn't discover on a lawn on Pleasant Street back in Christmas Eve 2018, because they just stopped looking. Shouldn't surprise anyone, I guess. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, says Kiwi Fruit. Thank you for your super chat by Alan Jackson. Pretty insane. Thank you for your super chat. Says the band The Weight. Take the load off. Karen, right. The words are Annie. The words are Annie or Fanny. Take a load off Fanny. Put the weight right on me. Put the load right on me. Thanks, Pretty Insane, for your super chat. Fireworks Butt Dialer. Thank you. No More Lally by Aerosmith. Thank you. Good suggestion. Fireworks Butt Dialer. Love it when you guys change your screen names to jive with the trial. Leslie coming in with a Venmo says, I've got friends in low places. Thank you, Leslie. That's a good one. We the people. Thank you. Hi, Melanie. We call you our YouTube mom in this house. I love that. I've got a song for the playlist. Bobby Fuller, I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won. We should all sing together. Getting a little froggy in my throat, but that's a great suggestion. We the people. Our YouTube mom. I'm your YouTube mom. I love that. Taking a long break. We the people. Thank you. Oh, we just looked at that one. Cranky. Cranky. Do you feel less cranky since we did some deep breathing meditation this morning? Some mindfulness. Thank you for your super sticker. Katie K says, I can't wait to hear this playlist. Good job, chatters. Good job. I'll put it up when I get it all done. I'll put it on Spotify and I'll put the link in the description and then you can all enjoy. We can all sing along. We can have a little sing along. Thank you, Katie K, for your super chat. Tara Coram Non Judice. Thank you for your super chat. On how fast they opened the scene, not standard here in Massachusetts. Officer Gannon's death en masse, the whole neighborhood locked down for days. Poor Officer John O'Keefe. I've been saying this since the first day I started covering this case, all the way back in January. And we've covered, I'm going to take that off because it's nauseating. We've covered mostly every pretrial hearing, all the pretrial motions, all the pleadings we could get our hands on. And we were outraged that the death of a Boston police officer was not taken as seriously, that there was not all hands on deck. Somebody sent me a picture of there was an officer killed in Connecticut the other day. I don't know if it was on I-95, but somewhere the road was closed off and there were hundreds of police officers responded to the scene, and also hundreds of officers show up at the hospital. There has not been that type of blue support in this case. And if you're local, maybe you can tell me why. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know, Higgins and Albert drove all the way to New York City for the funeral and services of a fallen officer from New York City that they didn't even know. And that's very, very common. Thousands will show up in uniform for the death of a fallen police officer. But Higgins and Brian Albert did not go to Officer John O'Keefe's funeral. No, they did not. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, I know you will correct me in the chat. Then he even talked to Karen Higgins in his text messages about coming to Nashville with him to go to a benefit for, quote, one of our guys who was shot in the head. So he'll go to Nashville for a benefit for a police officer and go to New York City for an officer, but won't go to John O'Keefe. Make it make sense. Someone help. Make it make sense. Riding the Storm out, REO Speedwagon says, New Hampshire woman, hello to New Hampshire. And thank you for your super chat suggestion. Ms. Carey, thank you. Kenny Rogers, the gambler. Katie, good morning. Thanks for the super chat. I'm behind, but perhaps pop song 89 by REM. Thanks for your continued compassionate and thorough coverage. Thank you, Katie, for watching. Kitty Kitty Meow. I Can't Drive 55 by Sammy Hagar. Thanks, Kitty Kitty Meow. Melissa, thank you for your super sticker. SPKNTC, thank you. Hair of the Dog by Nazareth. Seems like everybody's drinking all the time in Canton. Everybody's drinking all the time. 16, 17, whatever. A lot of Bud Light, a lot of White Claw going on. A lot of Jameson and ginger. And then, if you're Matt McCabe and you're on a diet competition, you're drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light. Crystal Light's also been mentioned in this trial. Thanks, Wolfram, for the $5 educational comment to the audience. A Sallyport was originally a guarded, hidden door or opening in a castle wall to allow troops a quick exit or to sally forth. I don't know, for some reason I picture like a Monty Python skit in my head when the way you say that. Wolfram, right? Right? 'Tis only a flesh wound. 'Tis only a flesh wound. K Music Taylor, good morning, Kay. Thanks for your 10. How to track time. How to track time allowed Lally versus time given to the defense. I don't know that there are any time limits. I think they were only limited with regard to opening statements, and maybe with regard to closing statements, she'll put a time limit on. But there is no ticking clock the way there was in the Maya Kowalski case. Each side was allotted a certain amount of hours for the entire trial, and I don't see that here. Thanks, Kay. Susan Lopez says, with her super chat, for JM, Love Yourself by Justin Bieber. Thank you, Susan Lopez. So very, very, very much. Tommy K coming in with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Tommy K. The fan is still up. I wonder what they're doing in there. Tammy K. I'm sorry. It says Tammy. Not Tommy. It's Tammy. Dirty Deeds. It's a good one, Robin. Dirty Deeds. Done dirt cheap. Ship of Fools by Robert Plant. That's a good one. K-Max says there should never be a clock on the lawyers. That was the Maya Kowalski case against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It was a case out of Florida, and it was a civil case. And that judge was a very good judge, actually. Very fair. We liked that judge. And then we look at a lot of other cases with a lot of other judges, and every judge is different. Let's just say every judge is different. Fan is still up. Don't worry. Kelly says, I told my husband I'm making a shirt for him to wear in his incapacitated, if he's incapacitated, that said, if I ever go to jail like Karen, to call Jackson and Yannetti. He rolled his eyes. El Rose says, I hope Maya and her family are doing well. I do too. Devil went down to Canton. Says Baghdad Bob coming in. Baghdad Bob. Oh, here we go. The audio's up.
You are unmuted.
Judge Carroll. That's what it was. Judge Carroll and Jules. Hi, Jules. Good morning. Thanks, Jules. Judge Carroll was great. 60-hour time limit. He did extend it. Uncivil. Good morning, Kurt.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay.
Step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
I'm going to assume this is another forensics crime lab witness.
The court and jury, the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I think we can take the stand.
On the lowest setting.
I really need you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
She's got a big file with her.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace, arson, and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey,
Forensic-
Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
Okay. Don't be so
A
snappish.
forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Ooh, so she had to sign off on everybody's work.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace, arson, and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries sort of what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
Now, is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Now, are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in TRACE, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of subdisciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And
B&E,
as far
breaking
as
and
the
entering.
types of- are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing on?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
That's
so
obvious.
it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Okay, I need to break for a second just because I don't have any toothpicks to keep my eyes open. And yes, this is dry testimony. And she kind of looks like she was pulled out of central casting to come in and play a forensic scientist, but I'm sure she's an excellent at her job. She is the supervisor at the crime lab and she checks everybody else's work, and she's going to give us some testimony about the apparent glass that was found from the cocktail glass, from the drinking glass. She's calling it a drinking glass, which is exactly what the Canton PD called it in their police report. The glass found on the bumper and the glass that was from the scene at 34 Fairview. Understand if you get timed out, it may very well be by accident. Take a breath. You can always rewind to the beginning of the stream for the breath exercises that Laura came in and did with us. When we have 5,000 people plus in the chat moves very, very quickly. And if a moderator means to time someone out because we're strict here, it may be very well be an accident. So please, please accept my sincerest apologies, but it won't be for long and you'll be right back in. So may very well be by mistake. So don't worry, it's all good. We're all here. Let's breathe and moving on.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
She's very pretty. I agree, Candy Cane.
Of the drinking. So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Dirt debris on the
Sure. So
taillight
it
pieces.
consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
My father's keeper have been waiting to see if they DNA tested this drinking glass.
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, thing did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopically?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the Grimm instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with the terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
She blinded me
Now,
with science.
With reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
I just sped it up to catch up with real time. Plus they speak
So
slowly.
item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit.
I'm here to help, Joseph.
So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so two of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Oh.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you
Mystery
determined those
glass.
instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
Oh, good.
And
Did
that
she
would be
test
both
that?
an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, let's just stop for a second because every now and then we need to breathe. Michael L. says, if you weren't paying attention, there are 2 different pieces of glass there. You are correct. That is right. If anybody fell asleep during that testimony. Some of the chatters here have started a Rage Crochet Club. And so if you would like to join the Rage Crochet Club, I'm not sure who the president is yet. I don't know if they've elected a president, but there is a Rage Crochet Club that has formed during the course of this trial. Welcome to all my crocheters out there who are crocheting furiously in rage while they watch this. Lisa Louise says all this damage occurred to the taillight allegedly in approximately a 10-minute window and nobody heard or saw anything. Sure, yeah. Not only, Lisa Louise, did they not hear or see anything, but they were looking out the window or the front door mostly the entire time. So, I don't know. Strains my credulity, as they used to say in the Maya trial. Does it strain yours? Yes. Darren says, thank you for speeding this up. I was losing the will to live. We'll just talk for a minute or two because then we can just put it on double time and get back to normal. Helen Pierce, thank you for your super chat. Dirty Little Secret by All American Rejects. Great one. Martian Planet Art. Jim Croce. Don't mess around with Jim. That's a good one. Jim is the court clerk in this case. Don't mess around with Jim. Tra-la-la. Thanks for the super chat. Murder is the case they gave me. Snoop Dogg. Oh, good one. Tra-la-la. Thank you. Paw Printed Heart. Thank you. Search and Rescue finds a shoe and tail pieces, but missing huge red pieces. Yep, something smells. Somebody who's in the courtroom, I highlighted a comment earlier, said the juror all the way on the right is like fiddling, falling asleep. Somebody who was in the courtroom on Monday said the jurors were looking around, staring at the ceiling, really not paying attention. So I don't know if their minds are made up. If they're not taking this evidence seriously, I'm not sure. I'm not in the heads of the jurors, but based on body language and other things, it seems like maybe some of them have checked out. I don't know. Well, thank you so much for your super chat on the 10 spot. Who, if anyone, loves this channel? Thank you so much. Paw Printed Heart, thank you for the 5. This is mean, but if I only had a brain from the Wizard of Oz, aka Lally. Good one. Good one. Thank you, May, for the super sticker all the way from Canada. Welcome to all of my international viewers. I know you are so many. South Africa, the UK, Italy, France, Poland, Norway, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, Ukraine. You guys are coming in from everywhere. I'm so tired by the Beatles, says Fireworks Butt Dialer. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's see. We can speed a little bit of this up anyway to catch up to real time. So let's put it on double speed. Or let's put it on 1.5, see what happens first.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, double check, do it. Find out who delivered it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight, portions that were clear and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Smashed by a hammer or a human head?
Examination just of the taillight now. What, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the RAM and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Nina, killing me softly with. This testimony.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
I mean, that's a tiny piece to be able to find, huh?
As far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes,
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch, is that correct?
yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what if any examination or what if any instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Maybe we should start calling him Lully because he's lulling us all to sleep. Bum. JHT4 says, I don't crochet, but I'm going to learn for this club. Sledgehammer, yep, Sledgehammer and Hammer Time have entered the chat and the playlist. I'm sorry, Black Stump, but it is 1:40 a.m. in Queensland, and I have had enough of this BS. I'll catch the replay. We'll see you on the replay. Don't forget to, if you're watching the replay, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Only half of the people who are watching hit the thumbs up. Come on, guys. It helps the algorithm, helps push the stream out. Also, feel free to share it out on your platforms, whatever groups you're in. Don't worry. We're on 1.5 speed.
Thank you. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
Oh, Buchanek is in the house, Lori? Lori says Buchanek is in the house. Thanks, Lori. Live 360 for the win. Keeping us updated in real time.
Begin when I say you go to the sidebar.
Oh, sidebar. Hold on.
Right. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I say you go to the sidebar?
Oh, really? I love it. I love watching it sped up because they run up to the bench. I don't know. Somebody said Tom CPU is in the courtroom, as is the Glarer. Thank you, Black Rose, one of my amazing moderators. We try and keep it classy here, my friends, because I have viewers who like to watch the stream with their kids in the room without headphones and with their parents who may be in their 80s or 90s who would like to watch this coverage without F-bombs being dropped all the time. We do not body shame. We do not make fun of people's looks who are testifying or who are on the defense team or the prosecution team. However, the mic has a light on it. It's like freaking out. You can talk about their demeanor, their testimony, and we do not attack each other or the guests. Because for the new viewers, show them the smooth as butter emoji. Alan Jackson, please, members. Smooth as butter. Alan Jackson will take the podium next. Oh, approach again. Approach away. So did they test the glass for DNA? Like, did Lally ever talk about any results? Did she test the debris that was found on the 2 shirts that were packaged together that were turned in 6 weeks after the murder? John O'Keefe?
Thank you.
O'Keefe? Officer? John O'Keefe.
Good morning, Ms. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as VV, as in Victor Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
We're on real time, you guys. Yay, us. Ella, thanks for the super chat. Dizzy, my head is spinning by Tommy.
It appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized?
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the events memorialized?
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy as best you can maintain it to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of VV as an exhibit.
Right. The results are only as good as the information that they are provided with. Oh, they turned off the sound. We're muted. We got a whole chain of custody objection from Lully. Does anybody know how many witnesses are left for Lally? When we started Monday, there were 37 left. We only heard 3 on Monday, I think, right? We finished with one of those 3 today, and now we're on 4. So I'm going to say somewhere around 33 if he decides to call everyone. Thanks, Deneen, for that comment. Hi, Craven. We are at Into the Mystic, Van Morrison, maddening day after day. Shannon says 1989 says, then call Proctor Lally. That's so annoying with the chain of custody stuff. 33. 33, Tara D. Oh my gosh, heaven help us. Yep, Sharon, 33. Somewhere around there. Carrie says, fruit of the poisonous tree. I agree. Lulligan. Cam is calling him Lulligan.
Are unmuted.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, my request at sidebar is reserved.
Yes.
Thank you. May I inquire?
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of.
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
Yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay. I want to try, if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchenick at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay.
Made myself smaller just so y'all could get a good glimpse of Will, the glarer, sitting next to Karen Reed's mom right here. There's Will.
So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education.
Somebody made fun of
Under
that.
7-12,
Another
the
testimony.
3rd column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
Some people said, who's Will? YouTube channel called The Glarer, and he's been following this case for a very, very, very long time. Was it Higgins who said he went to public school? Thank you for that. Chat's moving quickly. Debbie McCarthy. It's Higgins.
so
Karen looked great today.
so the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Jennifer says, Will looks so different not in a t-shirt. I said he cleans up real nice, doesn't he? We always see him in t-shirts when he's live on stream. Let's zoom it up.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. So the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Karen's crocheting a mouth guard.
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Chain, chain, chain.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I
We got time.
were
We got time, girl.
found to fit together by,
Physical properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but
I'm running out of
I
paper.
would have to check my notes, but I believe
Oh.
it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
You're the
But that wasn't you.
supervisor.
Is it okay if I look at my
Yes.
notes?
Sure, I don't want to
do
get
it.
bogged down, but yes, please.
Yeah, do it. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find. Catch me a catch. Matchmaker, matchmaker, look through your book and find me a perfect match. Name that musical. Thanks, Beth D, for the song suggestion. Yes, it's Fiddler on the Roof. I love my Fiddler on the Roof. Love it. Tradition, tradition. Remember the traditions and rituals of bringing the 6 donuts for the birthday, right? And also the tradition of making pizza at D&E for every nephew or niece's 21st birthday, even though little Brian Jr. was turning 23. Chris Albert made sure to throw that tradition into the mix. We've had traditions, we've had rituals, we've had sacrifices, we've had coven meetings, we've had it all. Laura says, OMG, did they use different glasses to sprinkle?
Okay, so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
More glass.
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
Listen, Wolfpack, not that there's anything wrong
sorry,
with being
say
in a
that again?
coven. We could use a coven right now.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3.
And those
Which
were
was-
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
Curtis, Topol is the OG Tevye. You're very lucky to have seen Fiddler on Broadway with Topol playing Tevye. Good one. Maisla, Nowhere Man for Proctor.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
What?
Correct.
All right. So
What?
you did end up analyzing.
None of the glass pieces on the bumper matched the drinking glass. I know we were talking about some other things, but did everybody hear that? They don't match. They don't match. We've been told, I thought, during pre-trial proceedings that it was a match. Now you're awake. Now you're awake. And just for emphasis, we're going to play that back.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing.
I like he's calling it a cup now instead of a glass.
One of the items on the bumper, item E as in echo, and you analyze that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis.
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 714, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They are found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 714, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the fourth column, 714, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
You dropped the bomb on me.
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Somebody lose a glass eye or something? Yes.
Show Mr. Lally what you have.
Lally wasted all that time and he got us nowhere. That's why he didn't talk about results, because he knows the results.
May I approach the clerk magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
WW. What in the world?
Look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what.
We're sitting on the
I've
edge
never
of our
seen this
seat.
before. I'm not quite sure what.
I
think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the
No,
reasons
she
we
can
talked about.
compare and contrast. Bev?
My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? Where the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match?
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, the single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you.
So now we've got 3 different kinds of glass. Are we up to 3
We just
different
want the
kinds of
right
glass?
answer, Mr.
Just
Jackson, right?
to recap.
So take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
Oh, now she's being nice. Listen, this is why Lally doesn't prep his witnesses.
I'm sorry. Can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
That's right. Thank you, Andrew. Bumper glass does not match drinking glass. This is why Lally doesn't prep his witnesses, because he knows that the judge doesn't have patience and that she may say, Mr. Jackson, move along. And they've got a right to present their case and defend their client, however long it takes.
That's correct. So 714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you for that. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly at under 714, correct? The only match.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow. There's
Well-
Just briefly, Your Honor.
just briefly, never is.
Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I do not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between
They weren't
from an
compared.
elemental standpoint as far as plastic versus
Yeah.
versus glass?
Well, plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now,
Okay.
as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Oh, one for the good guys. Or the
Again,
defense.
from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my
Go
report.
ahead and you can go ahead and look
Please
at your notes.
do. Jan Meyer says, I'm eating olives because it's too early for a martini.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set.
She's all set, folks. MMEB. Thanks for the super chat. Michael, you got some explaining to do by Duran Duran for Proctor.
One with all the Post-its on it. Can you give me that?
Jennifer, thank you. Who knew Lally was a muse for
Yeah, that's
creativity?
great. Thank you.
Ella, dizzy
The
my
next
head is
witness,
spinning.
Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, because you want to call Buchanek because we heard he's in the courtroom. Please do not put his slang name in the chat. Apparently, it is a dirty word that YouTube does not like. So kindly refrain from that. I know it can be hard to refrain, but I'm going to ask you to refrain. Ella, word lally means to chatter. Couldn't make it up. Oh, yeah? It's out there in the dictionary. Thanks, Ella. I think I might have missed one of yours earlier. If I did, I apologize because it was moving so quickly. I might have deleted it by accident. So Ella, you've been very kind and generous today. Crime Vlog Weekly, thank you. Hi, ML. Great commentary on this case. We love it over here in London. Your knowledge is very helpful. I love London. Guys might have a spot of tea from me. Maybe a crumpet or two. Some tea sandwich. What's really going on? Thank you for your super chat. Super
Yes, Your Honor,
sticker.
call Sergeant YURIY BUKHENIK to the stand.
Oh, here we go.
And
Put
I
up
do
your
have that envelope, Mr. Lally.
firework
I have
Thank
it.
you.
emojis, everyone. He might have to be escorted in by, this is Procta's partner.
Step for me.
I don't know what he looks like, so this is going to be interesting because we always have pictures in our minds of what witnesses look like, and then
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
God save the Commonwealth. I'm expecting him to have a Russian accent or something, but I don't know. We'll see. Nice suit and tie. Tie clip, cleans up real nice. I've never seen him before, so I don't know what he looks like in everyday life. I'm just saying he's well dressed.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is YURIY Bukhenik, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And what, prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Semper Fi.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on?
Okay. All right. Okay. I see the chat going crazy. You guys are going crazy in the chat. Let's reserve our opinion of this witness until he actually says something in testimony, because we have not heard a lot about or from this witness at all. He just recited his CV for us. He's got a very impressive background, very high security clearance. He was guarded the presidential helicopter at one point. This man probably rused the day that he ever came back to work for the Massachusetts State Police. So let's wait and reserve our opinions of him for until after we hear his testimony. During pre-trial, the only things we've heard about him is we've heard his name a lot. We've heard his name a lot on a lot of reports. We've seen his name with Michael Proctor's name a lot. He's his partner. He went to a lot of interviews with Proctor. We don't know what, if anything, he has to do with the investigation of this case yet. So let's see, before we attack him, what he's got to say. Okay? Thank you.
Call detective on this particular date of January 29th.
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
Yeah. How many times can supervisor be used in a sentence, Jennifer? I see what they're doing here. You see, picking up what Lally's laying down. He's going to say that Buchanan can testify to everything that Proctor did because he's his supervisor, and therefore there's no reason for us to call Proctor in.
And that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened?
Sure.
as far as
Sustain the
your
objection after the witness answers the question. Yeah, no, you can't unring the bell. Okay, so now they've already heard that. He's not really allowed to testify as to what Proctor did because he really doesn't know what Proctor did. Proctor told him that he did that. Doesn't mean that he knows that Proctor did it. So he got the first call at 6:44 a.m. Rewinding in my head, somebody I think called Proctor directly before that. I'm not quite sure. But he's saying that he was called to say there was a body in the snowbank. We need your help. And remember, their CERT team did not show up at 34 Fairview until after 5 p.m. The entire team was assembled sometime around 5:30, 5:45 p.m. But they got the call at 6:44 a.m. Okay?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard
More shoveling.
and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
They told you there was a body in a snowbank, Trooper. They told you there was a body in a snowbank at 6:44 a.m. They did not tell you that the body was of a Boston police officer, did they? Because you would have said that in your testimony. Military background, you know, Marine forever, high security clearance. My freeze frame game is on point right now. There was no rush to come to the scene of a dead Boston police officer. Nobody told you at 6:44 a.m. They knew immediately when they got there because you've heard Canton PD officers first on scene asked Kerry or Jen if he was a drug user, and they said, no, he's a Boston police officer. Yes. Dottle, you're right. An officer found on the lawn. They've stayed away from saying that out loud so far. There was no damn rush. Shovel your freaking driveway. Take your personal vehicle. Don't get there to Canton PD until 9:15 a.m. After, by the way, the scene had already been cleared. Canton PD was writing up their report by something like 8:24 a.m. You guys mosey on over. By 9:15 a.m., the scene is completely unsecured. No crime scene tape, no patrol car outside to guard the scene, nothing. Nothing, no hands, all hands on deck, no officer down. I am outraged, and you should be outraged too. Where's Laura when we need her for the deep breathing exercises?
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well,
That's correct.
and you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My
Where do you
work
live,
vehicle is
Siberia?
a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance,
10 to 15
front-wheel
inches?
drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
10 to 15 inches on the ground by 9:15 a.m.? No, there wasn't. He lives in Stoughton, MacDickles, next town over. 10 to 15 inches. Okay, look, I said we could be nice to him, but my niceties are over. Because that's just a bald-faced lie.
Sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway,
you're
clearing the
blowing,
path
right.
for my truck to leave the driveway.
It's 2
And,
inches.
When you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other
Objection.
people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Oh.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next
Yeah.
question, please.
Can't
Mr.
testify
Allen.
what he
I'm gonna
said.
stop you from
Hearsay.
answering that, Sergeant.
Here's
Yes,
pretty
Your Honor.
basic in all jurisdictions,
Sergeant,
yeah?
with reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Mr.
And
Not officer.
in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at
Mr.
that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
I'll allow that.
What?
We learned that
Hold on. I want to hear why she's allowing this piece of hearsay.
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
I'll allow that.
Where his
We
body was at
learned
that
that
point.
Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Oh,
The defendant.
just allow it all.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, had you have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, does the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
Yeah, because that was more important. That was more important, okay? Police officer John O'Keefe was pronounced dead at 7:50 a.m., sir. So you knew when you got that call at 6:44 that he was likely going to die, if not DO. You knew that he was a police officer. You get to Canton PD at 9:15. I don't know why Lally all of a sudden starts mentioning 8:22 in the morning. But the first thing that they decide to do, they don't go to the scene. They don't go to the hospital. They go to Jen McCabe's house. This witness is going to try and tell you Michael Proctor never went to the scene at 34 Fairview that day. Just like the district attorney, Michael Morrissey, told you in his hostage video of August 2023 that he filmed in his office in front of a shelf of legal tomes and law reporters, half of which were upside down and all out of order. Oh my, again, my pause game is on point. He's going to try and keep Proctor off the scene of 34 Fairview. Because the first thing these guys did, the most important thing that they did, the most important thing was to get to Jen McCabe's house. To get witnesses from Jen McCabe? Really? I'm outraged. I'm still outraged.
And when you arrive there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
Freedom.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe.
You mosey on over, you make your way over, because you don't get there till like 11 a.m., right? You mosey on over. You said you got to the Canton PD at 9:15. What were you doing at the Canton PD between 9:15 and 11? What were you doing there? Is time not of the essence here? So you mosey on over to the McCabe's to get there by 11 a.m. And, you know, you drive because Proctor needs freedom to make calls and such while you're going there. What'd you do between either 8:22 and 11 a.m. or 9:15 and 11 a.m.? Were you guys hanging out, drinking coffee, eating donuts? What were you doing? Did Julie Albert come over with some Dunkin' for you guys too? He shouldn't have been there to begin with. Thank you, Scott, because you know what? Kevin Albert, brother of Brian, is a Canton police officer, and they were conflicted out of the case immediately. Wow. Just when you think it can't get worse, it gets worse. Every day is a new day here.
We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe, and then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
Jen, Matt, and Brian all
with
together.
Reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Mr. Brian Albert, you mean Mr. Brian Albert, Boston police officer? Brian Albert, the homeowner on whose lawn Officer John O'Keefe's body was found. He showed up then because he showed up to support her. And they gave you the courtesy because they're being so courteous by allowing you to enter their home to do the interviews rather than going to the scene of 34 Fairview and interviewing homeowner Boston police officer Brian Albert at his home. You decided to do it in the comfort of the home of the McCabes. Whose idea was that, Yuri? Was it Proctor's idea? Because we're going to hear about the communications between Proctor and Jen McCabe and Brian Albert that morning before you got there. So were you just roped into this?
The typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them they were going to be, we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them.
That's the way we do it.
And get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
That's the way we do it.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, so yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed,
On the floor.
a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
Oh, so you bagged them into evidence right there at the hospital? You brought evidence bags with you? The wet clothing that was on the floor of the hospital. And we know that 2 of the shirts were packaged together. So you mean to tell us that you brought evidence envelopes with you to the hospital? Because I don't think that's what the evidence envelope said. I don't think that that was the date of the collection. I'm going to have to rewind and go back to some of that forensic testimony. All in one bag.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Wasn't me. I didn't put it on the floor. We came in, it was already on the floor.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yeah, let him stretch. Let him stretch, just like he's stretching the truth of this whole ridiculous mishigas of an investigation. It wasn't me. We came in, the clothes were already on the floor. You know, no big whoop. So, you know, we just put it in if we deem it to be of evidentiary value. If we deem it to be of evidentiary value, then we collect it. We put some notes on there. If we have a pen, we write some notes on the outside of the envelope. Yeah, and then we throw them in Proctor's car for 6 weeks. No big whoop. Joseph Scott Morgan came on my show a couple weeks ago, and he told us that the clothing tells the story of what happened to the body. He has a podcast called Body Bags. It's what he does for a living. He's a very learned man, a very distinguished CV and career. The clothing tells a story, and he told us that if the clothing is wet, it is so important that that clothing be stored properly because it will degrade any and all DNA.
Sergeant Buchanan, when you, and so I'm sorry, Sergeant Buchanan, when you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a
heap,
a pile stacked on top of each other.
We have pictures of
and
that.
They were in the condition of being soaking wet.
Soaking wet.
And with
Ta-da!
respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
Boxers were.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, it's utilized. We utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. That procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
So you brought the evidence containers, envelopes, or bags. You're saying bags, so I'm assuming they're not envelopes. And then you also brought some of the evidence tape with you to the hospital? Okay.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what, if any, recordation of that is made?
He did mention the belt.
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being a bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable. And it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does, as a unit commander, to facilitate any next assignment.
Tully.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Of course you'll.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored. After processing, it was stored in the evidence room.
The vomit-soaked, wet clothing was stored in the evidence room. Fairy Raven, what about the baseball cap? Wouldn't it be soaked in blood from the head wound? Chat, correct me. Have we heard about the recovery of the baseball cap yet? I don't think during this trial we've heard about the baseball cap being recovered yet. I don't think we have. Have we, Fairy Raven? Because I have not heard about the hat. The belt was on the jeans. We saw the photos. He testified about the belt in the hospital, but no, we have not heard about the hat. But we've heard about the missing shoe. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy. Thank you for the reality check. I'm going to speed him up a little because we're still on direct here. So we're just going to speed it up a little bit. If it's too fast, let me know. But I know you guys want to get to cross, and so do I.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you mentioned that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Vallier.
Subdural
Over the course
hematoma.
of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work,
You're stepping into it, Lally.
What, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the district attorney's office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical
What about undetermined deaths, like in this case? Undetermined.
facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective?
Yeah, 0.
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the
That's a lot.
course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations
Scores?
that involved
That's
some
not
sort
an
of head
answer.
trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration. I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next
You're
question.
not a
Mr. Vallier.
doctor, Yuri.
Based on your training experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
No opinions. He cannot speak about medical opinions, okay? He is not a doctor. He's not a medical professional. He can speak to his observations. Did it look like he went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson? That's what we want to know. Here's the other thing I want to know. With regard to the socks, we have opined that we know that John O'Keefe insisted on everyone taking off their shoes at his house. We know that Nicole Albert testified that at 34 Fairview, she went in the front door because there was a little place to sit down to take off your shoes right there. The front door, not the side door. So she went in the front door. So we opine, perhaps, if Officer John O'Keefe went inside 34 Fairview, he took his shoes off. Were the socks tested for dog hair? Because if he did take his shoes off in that house, I would submit to you there's dog hair all over that house, and his socks may have had some dog hair on them if he went in the house. Okay? We haven't heard any evidence that the socks were ever retrieved, tested. They were not contained in the photographs of the forensic experts. And I have a very big question about those socks. People are saying they were on his feet in the hospital, so we know he had socks on. It was, even if it wasn't required to take his shoes off, people who have shoeless homes typically will take their shoes off in other people's homes as a courtesy, because we're talking about courtesies with this witness, right? So where are the socks? No, he hasn't testified about the boxers yet either. Did we see pictures of the boxers in evidence from any of the forensic experts? No, we have not. I do not think. You can correct me if I'm wrong, as always, because I am sometimes wrong.
With reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yep.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term?
I understand that.
Well, I'm going to use the term abrasions because that's what the medical examiner wrote in the report. So, you know, I've been well prepped and I reviewed everything, and I'm going to use the same terminology as the medical examiner because I want to give more credence as such to my testimony. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm doing here. Credence, credibility. Because, you know, you guys said you don't want to call Proctor, so I'm here for it, says he.
That term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of
objection,
sign on the skin.
move to strike.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, As far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Consistency with what? With each?
Let me rephrase it.
Yep.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm.
We've
It
seen
didn't go
photos.
any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan and Mr. O'Keefe, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to
Yeah,
retrieve those items.
they're going to whip out the
Are they
clothing.
in the
Oop.
courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes.
See if he puts gloves on. See if he touches his face or touches anything. Right, Scott. Why was she allowed to leave the scene if it was a domestic? Right, they were treating it as a domestic. Why?
How many items are we talking about? Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Of course, that's what you want to do.
Sergeant, can you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And Your Honor, the call multi seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the back. Before I can object, but I'm
So,
principled enough.
okay, all right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed.
Yeah, unless who knows what. It's
So let's
like,
go ahead
this
and
is like,
open it.
let's make a deal. Do you want what's
Yes.
in behind the curtain or do you want what's in the bag? Okay, we want what's in the bag. He could whip out something from a totally different case. We're supposed to trust anything that they bring into court or say or do because we've seen how this is going so far with taillight pieces mysteriously, magically showing up. And the magical mystery Sally Port. Thanks, Aaron, for becoming a member. Oh, this is chilling.
No objection.
I mean,
So Lally, why don't you come take a bag?
okay, so they had those, they brought those paper bags with them
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
to the hospital.
Okay.
Oh, but there's only one shirt in that bag now. But we know that both shirts were bagged together, so. Yeah, Team Brittany, let's
Yes.
watch him not change gloves after each demonstration.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display for the jury as well.
Yes.
At what point did you decide to take that shirt and put it into a different bag? He didn't change gloves, Team Brittany. He didn't change gloves, no. Did he just touch the stand? Could you please show us the dog bites in the arm of the, and does it smell? Can the jury smell this clothing? Because blood has a distinct smell as well, not just vomit. Well, let's see the front of it. Show us both sides, sir.
No objection.
It's like a get ready with me TikTok. He doesn't change gloves. No, no.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Contamination.
Yes.
Another item, sir, you recognize that?
You know how many motions there were by the defense
Yes,
to
it's
try and get a
the
hold of
right
the clothing?
sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from the
Yes.
bag. display for the jury.
Hardly any blood on the clothes now, Jennifer. You're right. Oh,
Okay.
Team Brittany, he's still not changing gloves. Excuse me, Kai, do I only answer questions from people who pay me? No. No, I've got 5,160 people here right now. The chat moves very quickly. So I answer the questions that I see flying by when I see something interesting. So the answer to your question is no. If you're new here, welcome. I don't know if that was an honest comment or a snide one. So
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. Introduce him.
Yes, I'm going to look. Thank you.
May I approach one more time? My apologies.
I want to get a look at that sneaker
Right.
again. Hold on. He didn't really hold it up long enough for my
All right, Mr. Lally.
liking. That sneaker looks real clean, doesn't it? Didn't the forensic tech say that there was blood on the sneaker? That looks real clean. For a guy who was vomiting and bleeding profusely from a head wound and maybe even a broken nose, but
Thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. Introduce him.
and was found
Yes,
in
I'm
the
going to
snow.
look. Thank you.
Sneaker looks
approach one more
brand
time?
new. You're right.
My apologies.
I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Where's the snow and mud? They claim there was grass under his body. It would have been muddy. It would have been wet. That's the cleanest sneaker I've ever seen. Where's the belt now? Wonder if it's in the same bag with the jeans. But again, could we turn them around? Could we show it a little bit better than that?
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, call him up to introduce him as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No socks.
No objection, Your Honor.
Where are the boxers?
So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
The jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break.
Oh, so maybe
Thank
the
you.
boxers are in there and they're not going to admit them
All right,
into
so
evidence
Sergeant,
because
you'll
they
be
were
with
never
us this
turned over
afternoon
or
while we
never
take our lunch
tested.
and recess. It's only going to be about half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
All right, for Jerry.
140. Wow. Okay. Let's just see.
You are muted.
All right, we're muted. Defense looks happy about the way things went this morning. What say you? I'm going to need to rewind to the beginning of the morning stream to do some more deep breathing exercises. Oh, wait, maybe they're going to have a little argument. Hold on. They turned the mics back on. No, but then they turned it back off again. Wow, 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 wow. You watched him. You watched Yuri put on some gloves, open an evidence bag, touch the evidence, and he never changed gloves in between bags. We've not seen the socks. We've not seen the boxer shorts. We've not heard much about the socks or the boxer shorts. Definitely not the socks. I can't read. Maisla, have I done any theater? Seems very likely. If you know, you know. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sure, I have. Yes, I have. Going all the way back to my childhood. Dookie Stain. Thank you, Dookie Stain, for the 5. Why is Lollipop so against Proctor's name coming in on the chain of custody? Because I think they're trying to keep him off of the stand because of the internal affairs investigation that is happening in the Massachusetts State Police. There's also a parallel federal investigation by the FBI into the investigation of this case. And they're trying to keep him far away from this because they don't want to call him. Trish, thank you so much. Walking on Broken Glass, Annie Lennox. Great suggestion for our playlist. Blessed Mom from Texas, thank you so much for the 10. Says RIP, Officer John O'Keefe, thank you for your service. Sorry, the Commonwealth let you down. We, the people, will never. Yes, and we will never forget. We will never forget. Thank you, Blessed Mom in Texas. Michelle says, thank you. Love you and your show. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Michelle, for tuning in. Without you guys, I wouldn't have a show. So thank you guys for showing up all the time. Vanny Annie says, you're the best. No, you are. Thank you so much for the 20. Crime Blog Weekly, thank you so much for the super chat. Stop this stitch up from this witness. Lilika Gushka, thank you for your super chat. Pause game always on point. Outraged with you. Tried to give him a chance. I tried to be fair, you guys. It just went off the rails quickly for me. Bernie Heaven, thank you so much for your super chat. No protocol, just protocol. Melanie. Robin G, thank you for the $5 super chat. There was no vomit found in the snow. You're correct. There were 6 droplets of blood that were found and collected in red Solo cups, placed into a Stop and Shop bag and brought to the crime lab. Or no, brought to the Canton PD. When taken by the crime lab tech, Maureen Hartnett, she only tested one of those frozen blood samples because she assumed they all came from the same red-brown stain. But she didn't even test it. So we don't even know whose blood it was, if it was blood. Thanks, Cecily Ramsey, for becoming a member. Welcome. Nina, thanks for the super chat. I thought the Commonwealth must turn over everything. They must. But if you were with me, we went over, since January, we've been over all the motions, all the motion hearings, and it has been like pulling teeth, trying to get the Commonwealth to turn over evidence. And there were so many things that they never turned over. They fought about that apparent hair on that car for right up until days. I think jury selection already started when the results on the apparent hair eventually came back from Bodie Labs. And it'll be interesting to hear from those witnesses. Thank you, Solomon Landscaping, for your super chat. You're always so kind and generous. Leanne Wilson, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you so much for your super sticker. This is whack. This is crazy. It's been a crazy day already, my gosh. Maureen, thank you so much for buying me 5 matcha lattes and says, thanks for being so awesome and making this bearable. Right back at you. Right back at you, guys. 100% right back at you. You guys, make my days so much easier because I would be here screaming at my TV if it wasn't for you watching this with me. Clinton, thank you so much for your Cash App says, am I wrong? Where's the evidence? We're seeing it. We're just also seeing what a mess the chain of custody was and so much of this. And some of that glass didn't match any of the other glass. So now we've got at least 3 sources of glass. I have questions. I have so many questions. Thank you, Kimberly, so much for your Venmo. You guys are amazing. And Justin says, enjoy seeing you join in on the other YouTube channels and having other YouTube channels on here. So thank you, Justin, so much for that. I appreciate you so very much. So here's what we're going to do. It is right now 1:14. My moderators need a break. They've been working real hard. L Rose, thank you for the super chat. Why didn't he look for the ID in the phone? Love you, Mel. Love you, L. I love you, L. L Rose Woods. L Rose Woods. I love you. I don't know. The ID was in his wallet. I think one of the first responders said they found his wallet and his ID was in it. And we don't know what happened to the phone. We don't know. Carrie Roberts says she found the phone underneath John O'Keefe's body and says she gave it to law enforcement. But we're going to see some forensics on that phone and where it moved and how many steps it took and what time and how many flights of stairs it went up. And that's going to be real interesting testimony. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to teleport over to the afternoon stream. As soon as I end this stream, it's going to teleport you right on over to the, I think I set it for 1:30. The 1:30 stream. Please smash the like button on your way out. We promise you, Canton PD or Massachusetts State Police will not get your DNA. Although even if they did, we're not sure they would even test it at this point. So until 1:30, my friends, get on over there, get a stretch. Congrats, Veronica. Thanks for becoming a member. Stretch it out, get a little snack, make some popcorn, because we still have some more YURY to go. And my guess is it's going to go all afternoon. Thank you, Leanne, for your gifting a membership. It's going to go all afternoon. until 4 or 4:30, whenever the judge decides to break. Tomorrow is court only from 9 to 12 and no court on Friday. So we're going to need to get our fill today. Go, get a snack, stretch, breathe. I'm going to see you. Make sure you let me know that you've made it. Oh, let me turn the chat on the other chat. On the other chat. Here we go. The chat is on now. Over there. Let me know you made it safely. And I'm going to see you real soon. Be cool, be kind, be classy until we meet again in about 20 minutes or so. Goodbye, my friends. Safe travels.